저기 이제 선물이 있는데
네.
저기 이제 이케아하고 디자인 진흥원이 저기 수상자분들께서 작은 선물을 이렇게 준비해줬는데 이걸 혹시
네.
간단하게 멘트를 칠 수 있을까요?
네네. 한 번만 다시 들려주시겠어요?
그러니까 이케아 코리아와
네.
한국 디자인 진흥원이
네.
수상자 여러분들 위해서 조그마한 선물을 준비했습니다. 그래서 그 선물은 여러분이 앉아 계신 자리에 있습니다. 이런 식으로 이제 혹시
네,
네네
알겠습니다.
네 그런 식으로 혹시 중간에 어디 넣을 때가 있으면
저희가
네.
그러면은 인사를 하고 놓으시거나
네.
아니면 언제 나를까요?
꼭 안 넣어도 상관없고 그냥 혹시 넣으면 어떨까요?
근데 오히려
네.
제 생각에는
치지 말까요?
안 넣는 것이 나을 것 같아요. 왜냐면은
네.
안 넣는 게 나을 것
그러세요.
같아요.
상관없습니다.
왜냐면 어차피 이미 착석하셨을 때는
네.
이미 받으신 다음에 앉으시는 거잖아요.
네. 근데 이제 이게 의미 있는 이제 선물을 이제 작지만 준비했습니다라는 게 혹시
그러면 정리를 하고
아니면은 인사 말씀을 대사님이 하시고 원장님이 하시니까 이 원장님까지 하신 후에 이거 하는 게 어때요?
이거 하려면 이거 끝나고 하시면 되겠어요.
아, 그래요?
대표님 말씀
네.
끝나고
다 끝나고
네.
대표님 말씀
이렇게
끝나고
여기 하면 될 것 같아요.
예.
그러면 시상 진행하기 전에
네.
그래서 작지만 이렇게 그 디자인 진흥원하고 이케아 코리아에서
네.
수상자 여러분들께서 작은 선물을 준비해서 자리에 놓아뒀습니다. 이렇게 해가지고
네.
혹시 멘트 치실 수 있습니까?
네네네.
리허설 때 아니 리허설 때는 계속 이걸 쓰고 팀워크 받으니까
바꿔 주는 거지.
그럼 리허설 때. 아, 네네, 알겠습니다. 네네. 지금 리허설 한번 해볼까요? 지금 리허설 한번 해볼까요? 네네. 네, 오늘 2021 코리아 스웨덴 영 디자인 어워드 시상식을 시작합니다. 사회를 맡은 아나운서 김민지입니다. 이번 시상식은 한국디자인진흥원과 주한 스웨덴 대사관, 이케아 코리아가 공동 주최하는 2021 코리아 스웨덴 영 디자인 어워드에서 디자이너 18분을 선정하고 시상하는 자리입니다. 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 오늘 행사에 참석해주신 내빈 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 먼저 오늘 이 자리를 빛내주시기 위해 참석해주신 귀빈 여러분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 주한 스웨덴 대사관과 한국디자인진흥원, 이케아 코리아가 함께하는 2021 코리아 스웨덴
We will soon begin the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award ceremony. For those of you who are still out in the hall, please come in and kindly take your seats. Also, please switch your phone to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you.
네, 잠시 후 주한
The 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award ceremony, jointly organized by the Embassy of Sweden in Korea, the Korea Institute of Design Promotion, and IKEA Korea, will commence shortly. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award ceremony. I am Kim Min-ji, the MC for today's ceremony. This award ceremony is organized by the Korea Institute of Design Promotion and the Embassy of Sweden in Korea and partner with IKEA Korea to award and encourage the 18 designers selected for the 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. I also know many of you are joining us via YouTube, so please stay with us till the very end. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of the distinguished guests and introduce them one by one. Please give them a round of applause as I introduce them. First, His Excellency Daniel Volvin, Ambassador Designate of Sweden to the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Yoon Sang-hum, President of the Korea Institute of Design Promotion. And Frederick Johansson, Country Retail Manager of IKEA Korea. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce the judges of this year's awards. First, Nicholas Jonsson, Country Commercial Manager of IKEA Korea. Also, Mang Eun-ju from the Korea Institute of Design Promotion. And now I would like to invite the distinguished guests for their greeting remarks. First, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Daniel Volvin, Ambassador Designate of Sweden to Korea. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much, President Yoon Sang-hum, CEO of IKEA, Fredrik Johansson, dear finalists, winners, juries, and dear friends. I am honored and privileged to be here today at the award ceremony of our Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. This is the third year that we have had an excellent collaboration between the three organizations, and it is the third year that we have great young designers selected as winners for this design award. And let me say this right at the outset. I am so impressed by all the entries. And seeing the designs of the top 22 finalists and winners, I was thrilled also to see how many unique ideas and sustainable designs that you have presented. As you all know, the theme for this year is Sustainable Design for a Better Future. Both Sweden and South Korea put a lot of emphasis on sustainability, and I think the work on display today also shows how innovative design can provide inspiring solutions for better living, for a better environment, and thus for a better future. We may sometimes feel that the obligation to combat climate change is for someone else to deal with, industry leaders, investors, politicians, God forbid, diplomats. To my mind, the transition to a greener society, though, involves us all. And I believe that designers have a unique role to play. And why is this? Part of the answer lies in the ability of great design to also transform the way we think about our physical surroundings. And that transformation to a more sustainable mindset lies at the very foundation of the change that we want to achieve. With the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award, I very much hope that we can continue to work together to create new and even more intriguing answers to these challenges in the future. So once again, congratulations to all the finalists and to the winners. Thank you very much.
네, 큰 박수.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
That was his words of congratulations and encouragement to the young designer. That was His Excellency Ambassador Designate of Sweden, Daniel Wolven. Next, the president of KIDP, Mr. Sang-Hum Yoon, will give his welcoming address. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sang-Hum Yoon. I'm the president of KIDP. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the two co-organizers, especially His Excellency Ambassador Designate of Sweden, Daniel Wolven, as well as country manager, retail manager of IKEA Korea, Fredrik Johansson, for their support. I also sincerely congratulate all of the winners and the finalists, the three winners and the finalists of this year's Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. As you know, this award program started in 2019 to celebrate the 60th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Korea and Sweden. This is the third year. We had 182 entries, and we were able to select 22 finalists. And as you can see from these number of entries, it was a very heated competition. 2 years ago, the first award ceremony was held in Stockholm during the time of President Moon's visit to Sweden, and Her Excellency the Queen of Sweden and the First Lady of Korea, Chung Soo-Kim, personally attended the ceremony and congratulated the award winners. This program has been an important program that helped build the bilateral ties even stronger. As you know, Sweden is known as the global leader in design as well as eco-friendliness, and the Korean government has announced its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by year 2050. This year, the Design Korea theme is design-led innovation, carbon neutrality, and the theme of this award was sustainable design for a better future. And so we believe that the young designers of both Korea and Sweden will play an important role in overcoming various issues we face as a society, including climate change and environment. I would like to see the designers of both countries work together to grow and to make more achievements globally. The KIDP will continue to maintain and grow this program and to play the important role of a bridge between the two countries in the area of design. I hope you have had the time to look around the third floor. The awardees are showcased next door. Please take your time if you have not yet to look at these important design works. I also would like to once again thank the Swedish Embassy and IKEA Korea for their support.
인사 말씀이었습니다.
Thank you, President Yoon, for your remarks. And last but not least, please welcome Fredrik Johansson, Country Retail Manager of IKEA Korea, for his remarks. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. So very welcome, everybody. And I would like to say a special welcome, of course, to my colleagues here, President Yoon Sang-Hum and the Swedish new ambassador, Daniel Wolven. But also to the 22 finalists and the 3 winners, and certainly to the jury members that have made this possible. My colleagues before said lots of very good things up here, but there are a few things certainly that I want to stress even more. And I'm also very proud of the fact that it's actually the 3rd year that we make this happen. That makes a big difference, I think, that it's not just a one-year shot, but it's something that goes on to really make sure that we foster the ties and support people to be successful here. One of the aims is, of course, to make sure that we have a cultural exchange between the two countries, the Republic of Korea and Sweden. And I think that is tied together through good design that is so important for both countries. But it's also about inciting the overall importance of design, because design is something certainly that could look nice, but it's also really, really important. Good design can solve so many problems in the world. It's an enabler to make things possible. And as some of you know, at IKEA we have a lot of passion for design. It's what we live from. And I think that we can see also a very strong design movement happening in Korea the past years. And I'm so happy that we are part of that wave, making it even stronger and viable. When it comes to the award theme for this year, you know that we talk about innovation, sustainability, and a better future in general. And for this year, it was about sustainable design for a better future. I'm amazed by the contributions that have come in. It's truly amazing. I agree with the people that spoke here before me. And I'm actually quite moved to see what young designers can do in terms of innovation, coming up with completely new things that nobody has seen before. So that is truly an honor to be part of this. So a big congratulations to everyone that has actually contributed here to creating a better future for the many through sustainable design that can help not only people in Korea, but hopefully worldwide. And on top of that, we have been able to do this during COVID-19, and that doesn't make things easier. So again, I really look forward to seeing the rest of the program here today. And a big congratulations to the finalists and the winners, and a big thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 이케아
Thank you very much, Mr. Johansson of IKEA Korea. I once again would like to thank our distinguished guests for sharing their valuable time with us today. Now we will start the award ceremony of the 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. We will first give the awards to the 3 winners, and the award will be given by Ambassador Bolben, President Yoon, and then Mr. Johansson. First, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador, to the stage. Our first winner will receive the award from the ambassador. I would like to also invite the winner that I call up to the stage. First is designer Kim Da-yeon. Kim Da-yeon's submission was titled Universe. It colors foxtail grass using natural dye and tries to propose a solution to the animal fur industry and also an alternative, more sustainable textile. Winner of the 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. Designer name is Da-yeon Kim, and the submission is Universe.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Ambassador, you may also return to your seat. Next winner will receive the award from President Yoon Sang-eum. Please welcome President Yoon to the stage with a warm round of applause. The next winner to receive the trophy is Seo Han-ju. Designer Seo Han-ju used coffee grinds and also bioplastic to create her piece, which is Hotel for Bees, as a solution for the disappearance of bee herds. 2020 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award winner. Title is Hotel for Bees, and designer is Seo Han-ju.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. 2 of you may leave the stage. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Johansson to the stage to hand the trophy. Country Retail Manager, Mr. Johansson, would you please come up to the stage? The next winner to receive the award is winner Jung Han-eul, who created a brand and a series of services for the Agricultural Corporation of Next Generation Farmers in the Pyeongtaek area. The brand is PYCT. Title is PYCT, and the designer is Jung Han-eul. Congratulations. We will have a short photo session. And perhaps if you show the flowers towards the camera. Thank you very much. The two of you may leave the stage. Congratulations. Now we will award the finalists of 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. Once again, the ambassador, president, and Mr. Johansson will be handing the trophy. First is, once again, the ambassador. His Excellency, Ambassador Daniel Volben, would be handing the awards to our finalists. I would like to invite the following finalists to the stage. Kim Hae-min, Han Gyu-hyung, Jung Da-young, Lee Ha-rin, and Lee Soo-jung. Would you please come up to the stage? First is designer Kim Hae-min. Finalist. Title was Bicycle Stool 2F1. Designer is Kim Hae-min. We also have flowers. Congratulations. Next designer is Han Gyu-hyung. Please step forward. The title of his work was Plan B, and the designer is Han Gyu-hyung. Congratulations. Next is designer Jung Da-hyung. Please step forward. Finalist, title is Pot and Shell. Designer is Jung Da-hyung. Congratulations. Next is designer Lee Ha-rin. Please step forward. The title of her work was Garbage to Life, and designer is Lee Ha-rin. Congratulations. Next is designer Lee Soo-jung. Please step forward. Congratulations. The finalist, the title of her work was Leaf Pot. Now we will have a photo session. The ambassador would be in the center, and I would like to invite the designers to stand on both sides of the ambassador. And also, maybe you can show your awards and the flowers towards the camera for the photo session. Congratulations, everyone. Also, thank you very much, Ambassador. Please be seated. Yes, we are meeting the finalists of this year's Design Award. Next, President Yoon will have the honor of presenting the awards. Also, I would like to invite the following finalists to the stage. Chun Min-hyuk, Bae Yu-mi, Moon Hee-seo, Kim Ji-yeon, Kwak Jae-hyun, please come up to the stage. The award will be given to each of the designers. First is Chun Min-hyuk, and the title of his work was A Space for Nature. That is Mr. Chun Min-hyuk, the designer. That was designer Chun Min-hyuk. Next, we have designer Bae Yu-mi, and the title of her work was the amenity package for a sustainable hotel philosophy. Congratulations. Next, Moon Hee-seo. The title of her work was Total Rock Down. Designer Moon Hee-seo. Congratulations. Next is designer Kim Ji-yeon. Title was A Flexible Shelter, and designer is Kim Ji-yeon. Congratulations. And next we have designer Kwak Jae-hyun. And the title of his work was Sandal. Designer Kwak Jae-hyun, congratulations. Yes, we will have a photo session with President Yoon and the awardees on both sides of President Yoon. Once again, please show your award and flowers towards the camera.
네, 원장님께도
Thank you, President Yoon, once again. Next group of finalists, I would like to invite Mr. Johansson back to the stage, please. Please welcome him with a round of applause. And now I would like to call upon the third group of the finalists. First, Kim Jung-hee, Kim Ye-jin, first designer Kim Chung-hee, the finalist, the title of his work, Tape Tape. Congratulations. Thank you, congratulations. Next, designer Park Min-ji. She has also been chosen as the finalist, title Uncommon Desk. Congratulations. Please congratulate her with a big round of applause. Next, designer Kim Ye-jin. Finalist Kim Ye-jin, title Mate. Congratulations. So all three finalists, please come towards the center of the stage for the photo shoot. And after this, I hope that all the winners and the distinguished guests will come up to the stage for a group photo.
네, 그럼 네 분께
Yes, so please stay on stage while we invite all the winners and distinguished guests, and also the jury of this award. Please come up to the stage for a group photo.
네, 오늘 함께 해주신 주인공분들과 함께 단체
So a group photo with our proud winners of the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award.
네, 뒤에 얼굴이 나오지 않는 수상.
So if you feel like your face is not shown because you're at the back, please come forward because we want to make sure that everybody's in the photo.
네, 지금 유튜브 라이브로도 생중계되고 있습니다. 영예로운 얼굴들 지금 유튜브 라이브로도 생중계되고 있습니다.
Thank you. You are joining the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. We're also live streaming via YouTube. Now, group photo. Thank you. You may now step down from the stage. Again, thank you so much to our distinguished guest, Mr. Ambassador President Yoon and Mr. Johansson. With this, I would like to end the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award ceremony. Thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations to all the winners.
아까 그 직원분께서 여기 대화하고 계실 때는
아, 하지 말라고 하셔가지고.
방해를 막
아, 예.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 4시부터 2021 코리아 스웨덴 디자인 토크가 열릴 예정입니다. 디자인 토크에서는 수상자분들과 심사위원분들 그리고 이케아 디자이너님, 스웨덴 디자이너님 등이 함께 토크를 진행하실 예정입니다. 잠시 후 4시부터 코리아 스웨덴 디자인 토크가 계속되니까요. 끝까지 함께해 주시기 바랍니다.
everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for the 2021 Korea-Sweden Design Talk. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are wearing face masks, so our voice might not be clear or we might not be able to articulate, but we'll do our best to convey our message. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I am Professor Seo Soo-kyung at the Sookmyung University Environmental Design. And I'm also a director at the Korea Institute of Design Promotion. I'm very happy to meet all of you today. And I want to tell you that design is not something distant from you, but it's very close to our everyday lives. And I speak about that a lot, many times. And since I've joined this institute and award, I've watched and I looked at this emblem, and it's been the same emblem for a long time, and I was able to find this very venue due to this emblem, so it is actually a guiding light in many aspects. This Korea-Sweden Design Talk following the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award held at 3 o'clock today, we will have time to talk with the award-winning designers, judges, and Swedish designers. Every year, we are getting more and more entries, and the quality actually improved a lot. So I'm more excited for the future awards as well. The Korea+Sweden Young Design Award is a joint initiative of the Embassy of Sweden in Korea, the Korea Institute of Design Promotion, and IKEA Korea. And it is really to create and inspire young Korean designers to create better designs and to expand design exchange between Korea and Sweden. And it was launched in 2019. I've also been a member of the jury for the past 3 years. The theme of this year's 2021 Korea+Sweden Young Design Award, which has been mentioned by the ambassador and IKEA Korea, is the sustainable design for a better future. And I believe that we are able to see a lot of excellent works by various designers. And today I would like to learn more about their design work and their philosophy on sustainability with the award-winning designers, judges, and designers selected from the past of the Swedish Young Design Awards. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the two people who are joining us online from Sweden. So first we have Yuhwa Sung, the founder of By Mars Design Studio. Would you like to say hi and maybe wave your hand? Thank you. And also the former winner of the Swedish Young Design Award, Anton Kreu. And also I would like to introduce the 5 people joining us offline. From my left is Anton Hagqvist, the IKEA interior designer. Anton. And then, of course, the 3 winners of this year's KSYDA award. First, designer Kim Da-yeon. She is a textile designer. And Mr. Seo Han-ju, an RCA graduate student. Also, designer Jung Han-er, the designer of Lupik brand. And last but not least, we have last year's KSYDA winner, Chun Eun-ji, designer. Thank you for joining us. So let's officially start the 2021 Korea+Sweden Design Talk. I think last year and the year before that, I think last year it was when the COVID-19 outbreak just happened and we were not able to have this kind of a formal ceremony. But I'm very happy that this year we at least gathered together to celebrate and encourage our young designers. I would like to first turn to Mr. Yuhwa Sung. He is the founder of By Mars Design Studio in Sweden and the lighting brand Ago in Korea, and has been very active in both countries. So, Mr. Yu, I think you've also were the judge last year, and then you moved to Sweden to also be a judge back there as well. So just to briefly introduce you, Mr. Yoo Ha-sung has a very close relationship with the Institute of Korea, Institute of Design Promotion. He has been working as a next design leader under the supervision of KIDP, designed the headlighting product. And he was awarded with the Ung Svensk Foam Young Swedish Design Award, and is also working very actively in Sweden. And this year, he was also the jury of the KSYDA. So, Hwa-sung, if you're ready, I'll turn to you. Welcome. Hello, Professor So, for that very flattering introduction. I am Yoo Ha-sung. Very nice to meet you all. So as you've just introduced, I was the member of the jury for this Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. I would first like to congratulate all the winners of this award. Because you're working both in Korea and Sweden, I know that you're doing a lot of design work. So I believe that you are in a better position to compare the two countries in terms of design. So I would like to ask you, when we say sustainable design, like what are the differences between the two countries or commonalities between the two countries? I think first from a sustainability perspective, I think that the value or the philosophy behind it is not something new. It was very long existing, but I guess the interpretation or the importance of it became bigger these days. And in that sense, I think Korea and Sweden are pretty much alike. But if I were to name the biggest difference is, I guess, the equality between the client and the designer. How equal are you? I always mention that because I think that kind of a very equal relationship is very different. So because of that, I think it's very easy for a designer to talk about any social environmental issues in Sweden. And I think Swedish people have a more keen interest in social issues, and not only designers, but producers and other like society members really get involved in those issues and how to tackle those issues. So I think that is the biggest difference that I felt. Yes, thank you for that comment. I believe that, equality, human right, all of that, sharing information, I think that those are also a very big keywords that we discuss these days. So I think the involvement, inclusivity is very important. So among the projects that you've recently worked on, can you introduce us some of your work that is related with sustainability and maybe social issues? Could you share some of your experience? I don't believe I have any of my work that I can present to you as some kind of like a benchmark or a good case study. But again, as I said before, designers are invited to be part of the social issue. So if I were to elaborate on that, I am also creative director for the lighting brand Ago. And I am collaborating with various designers, not only Sweden, but in other countries as well. And when I'm contacting these Swedish designers, I get to learn about their priorities and their values. And one of the questions they ask most is, how eco-friendly is your production line? Like, what kind of efforts are you exerting to make sure that your operation and the design is sustainable? And even if the brand itself is very attractive, I think if you're not on the same page in terms of sustainability and eco-friendliness, sometimes the project does not even get to launch because we disagree. And I believe that I was, again, very influenced by those feedbacks. So when I've made the brand Ago and when I was preparing and setting up the production, although I do believe there is certain gap between what I envision and what we have now, but we are trying our best to make sure that all the local production is done in a very eco-friendly way, in a greener way. So that's what I'm working on right now. Thank you so much. And we have many participants joining us here offline, but we also have a lot of online participants joining us via YouTube and other online platforms. There may be some design students or the up-and-coming designers. Today's design talk, I want it to be very interactive. So I'm not just going to read what is given to me here on my script, but I hope that we can keep it interactive. So if there are any questions that you want to ask the designers, then please let us know so that we can address them. So thank you, Hwa-sung, for your comment. As designers, being eco-friendly and being sustainable, and I think it's also part of the ESG, but we also need to step up our efforts. So thank you, Hwa-sung. I will let you go for now, and if there are any follow-up questions, then I'll turn to you again. But please stay with us till the very end, and if there's anything you would like to add, then please chime in at any time. Thank you. So next, I would like to talk with our three winners of the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. I would turn to designer Kim Da-yeon.
She is very confident, very bold, and because we actually had the jury process online, we also had a final interview. So there were actually several rounds of the jury process. I'm very much looking forward to Kim Da-yeon's presentation today. Her submission was titled Universe. Ms. Kim? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity. As a designer, I've always had a lot of thought about the role of sustainability, and I think this award program gave me another great opportunity to look into that.
The fashion industry. I have worked in many fashion companies based on New York, and in the beginning, I thought most of the sustainable, environmental problems were confined to sustainable materials. So I thought the problems were only the mass market in the fashion industry. But I realized that most of the problems were actually from the entire industry, not only the mass market. So I started to create sustainable materials such as bioplastic, vegan leather, or mycelium. But as I did my research more and more, I was more fascinated by the sustainable process and attitude instead of the materiality itself. So that's why I published a book named Medicinal Dyeing Inspired by Ayurveda last year. And currently I am also having some textile exhibition with sustainable, different type of sustainable textile throughout the States, Germany, and Korea. So the natural cycle is my design philosophy. I have believed that everything has a beginning and end, included me, my life, my work, my art, but also that is the natural cycle that everything returns to its pure form. So I wanted to design this natural circulation. So it's like I create not only biodegradable material, I create sustainable process with sustainable method and with rational attitude, because I always thought the problems of contamination or animal and labor abuse that occur with synthetic dyes and mass production in the fashion industry is not only due to harmful material, it is because of its unnecessary processes and irresponsibility. So 1 year ago, I was in Mexico to write a book about medicinal dyeing. And I went to Mexico with my cat, and one day I saw my cat playing with the foxtail grass on the street in Mexico City. So I decided to collect some of them and apply my medicinal dyeing technique because I was already writing a book. So basically I used medicinal plants for every step of my dyeing, from scoring, mordanting, and dyeing. And in the end, I was able to create like this beautiful rainbow color palettes with medicinal properties. The good thing about medicinal dyeing is, first, this is the safest way to color textile. So every process is innocuous to nature, and also I don't use any chemicals or like synthetic dyes during the process. So, which is the opposite of using that 2,007 liters of water is used for creating only one T-shirt. And second, this is the healthiest way of coloring textile because it prevents many diseases by regular use of medicinal dye textile. And also, according to Ayurveda, more than 200 medicinal herbs have been used for the medicinal properties. So, for example, here I divided medicinal ingredients into 3 medicinal efficacies. The first one is an infusion of vitamin C and antioxidant. Second is natural insect repellent. And the third is tonic for mind and body. So basically, people can choose their desirable dyeing materials according to their specific needs. So the first one is turmeric. The first palette is I assembled turmeric, black walnut hull, stinging needle, hibiscus, and all these are medicinal herbs that were used for centuries, and it will boost blood circulation and it will improve the immune system. The second palette is calendula flower, comfrey root, thyme, lavender, and this is the natural remedy for insect bites or scar reduction, and also it will prevent moth damage. The third palette is tonic for mind and body. So this is a natural tonic that people can get released by stress, depression, anxiety, and can be an alert booster as well. So this is the first sample I created. This is a practical textile because I fuse with fusible interfacing so that people can sew or manipulate the textile. So basically people can use this in their daily life with medicinal dyed foxtail grass. But this project, which is the universe, the collection of iconography that I created, this is a 3-dimensional artwork because it represents the possibility of medicinal dyed grass and also the art of nature and sustainability. So the universe is consisted of 5 different textile sculptures, and each sculpture has its own meaning and story. Also, every sculpture is inspired by the philosophy of yin yang and also its shape. But also, each sculpture suggests one same thing, which is there is birth and there is death, and it circulates. So as a designer and artist, I feel responsibility to inspire people and to make their life better and more convenient. And I think medicinal dyed grass can help because this is a smart art. It is a healthy and practical textile, but at the same time, I believe it will inspire people to be aware of the material and the process with their daily consumption. Thank you.
Certainly inspired all of us
Thank you.
regarding the material. 아까도 말씀드렸지만 사실은 이게
As we were talking about, it's not a set format, today's talk.
to the designer, even from Sweden. If you have any question, you can raise it, and maybe you can answer from here. So anybody has any question? 혹시 질문 있으시면 제가 아까도
So as I mentioned, it's a very flexible format, today's talk. So I invite anyone, even the designers, to, for example, ask questions and exchange views. Do you have any questions? Yes, I'm welcoming anyone to ask questions.
Sweden?
Yeah, I would like to. It's very interesting to see, like, when you use the term circulation, and you have, like, as you say, everything has a beginning and an end. You're talking about, like, the birth and death, but also, like, using this model as a circulation. I think it's very interesting idea. And I would like to hear a little bit, if you can, like, tell us a little bit more about how the idea behind it. You told us about, like, birth and death, but how you put it in the whole spectrum of a circulation.
Basically, since my design philosophy is nature cycle, I always thought not only the material, the process also have to be sustainable. That's why I choose the method of medicinal dyeing, but the material itself is also sustainable, and I believe it is also for the natural cycles, because the thing I want is everything, like from the development to production. I want every single process is sustainable, and I mean it would be definitely slower than the mass market or the fast fashion, but that's also the art of slow art and slow textile, I guess. And I think lots of designers and artists should think about like their ultimate goal, like what they want to do for the sustainability and for the better design. And yeah, and you know, like synthetic dyes, it's easier, faster, but also it does not have any good like healthy effect to the textile or the human as well. So I wanted to consider every aspect of sustainability as a designer.
Yeah, exactly. And I really like the idea of using herbs. We are commonly known as using herbs in medicine, in some sort of liquors, or like the way you drink it. But use it on textile, I think is very interesting and very, very smart.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
혹시 다른 분들 질문 있으시거나?
Any other questions or comments? Well, I think it's curiosity. Curiosity often is a great starting point for design ideas. And designer Kim Dayon, I think you are also a very curious person, and I'm sure you use that as a starting point. How do you use curiosity in your design work? Well, everyday life, I do have a lot of interest in what goes on. For example, the fox-tail grass is something that came into my eye, that caught my sight because I saw my cat playing with it. I was thinking, oh, my cat must think that it's a mouse. And that was the start of using foxtail in my work. And so if somebody asked me where do I get my inspiration, I would say inspiration is everywhere in daily life. Thank you very much for that great answer, that there's inspiration everywhere, that you look for inspiration during your daily life. I think that will be able to propel you further in your design work. We do have, though, a limited amount of time. So even though we are very flexible in today's talk, I will be mindful so that I balance the time evenly among our panelists. So that was Dayon Kim. Congratulations. And I look very much forward to your work in the future.
Next, our second winner. It's actually exhibited back in the room, so if you didn't get a chance to take a look, then please do. And when we were actually kind of like judging this work, the title kind of grabbed our attention, and it just all of a sudden made us very curious because the title was Hotels for Bees. And all the designers really looked design from a human's perspective and made work that is actually beneficial for humans. But this designer really focused on bees and honeybees. So it was very refreshing to see that designers are coming from all different aspects, and you can actually design from the angle or the perspective of a bee. So we started to have a very engaging and interesting conversation due to this piece. So let's learn a little bit more about this piece. So I would like to turn to designer Seo Han-ju.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jusa from Homeshil area in Suwon City, near Mount Chilbo, which is surrounded by fabulous natural resources. And also, I majored in product design. And although most of current design field is based on human-centered design, my design philosophy is much centered on non-human, which means that designer is the mediator between the design process. I'm quite sure everyone will be familiar with this painting, Jang Prung Swamile, by Jang Prung Swamile, The Gleaners. The historical meaning of gleaning is to collect leftover crops, which is not economically profitable. So from my design philosophy, I reinterpreted this act of gleaning with digital device, 3D scanning the object, and so I could collect the digital data of structure, form, texture, and I've named it as digital gleaning. Here's a proof that I can call this as an act of gleaning, which means that there's no economically profitable. Here's a pineapples in the market near my home, and if you try to physically glean these pineapples, you need to pay for it. But I've gleaned its digital structure form without paying anything. So my design project, Hotel for Bees, is based on this methodology and philosophy. To briefly describe my design philosophy, I would like to talk about two keywords, nature and digital. Nature, most of nature is sustainable. However, it's hard to control its form as a make as a product design. On the other hand, digital, it's easy to convert its form, shape, but most of digital-based artifacts are not sustainable. So I've combined these two weakness and the strength point, and to create a sustainable design. From this project, I can tell there are three big elements: natural resources, digitally modifying process, and ecological setting. And eventually, I'm trying to solve problems in nature. I'm quite interested in honeybees. I really love them, as I believe they are really mysterious creatures. So from this project, I started to think from the standpoint of honeybees. So I made a manifesto for bees, which is consisted of biological information about bees. So I studied about them, and I found out there's a mass disappearance of honeybees occurs in all over the world called colonial collapse disorder. And also it happens in South Korea. So I visited one farm in Hwaseong, Korea, where most of bee farms are concentrated. And I met one of bee farmers and got an interview. And I found two main problems in current South Korea bee farms. That, first of all, from the standpoint of bees, the high frame shape of the high frame is rectangular shape, which is quite familiar for human beings, but it's not from bees. Secondly, Korea is one of the countries that has largest number of bee farms compared with the land area. So there are many bees that cannot come back to their original home and die and disappear. So my speculative suggestion for this problem is to install temporary shelter for honeybees, which can also function as a hotel for bees. So I tried to make a new structure, which is double-layered beehive. So the outer shelf could protect the inner honeycomb from outer shock or change in temperature, and also made a mock-ups of 1-to-1 scale bees and honeycombs, which has same dimensions with the natural beehive of East Asian honeybees. And I tried to have an experiment for material, which is a byproduct that occurs from bee foam. So first of all, I used honey to make a honeycomb, but the result was not successful because the surface was quite sticky. And then I've used beeswax, which is the material that's secreted from stomach of bees. And also, honeybees use this for making their nests. And after I've got making some mock-ups, I've realized this is the quite appropriate material for use to make the honeycomb. And for making the basic form of the honeycomb, after I've got study for the East Asian honeybees, I found out that the East Asian honeybees tended to build their honeycomb on or near stones. So I physically gleaned stones from mountain, and then digitally gleaned it, 3D scanned it, and modified it with algorithmic software, and printed and replaced it with a beeswax. And there I've got a chance to actually observe the reaction from honeybees in bee farms in Hwasong. But I faced ethical dilemma at this stage, that if I really want to observe the actively happenings of the beehives, then I should artificially move the queen bees from the existing colony to a new hive. But that might affect the ecosystem from the bee farm. So I decided to just put the distance, put in on the quite distance and just observe it. And there was a quite interesting result from the observation that some female scout bees got a curiosity for my new beehive. And I believe my decision was quite right, because this project was started from the standpoint of honeybees, so I couldn't affect the colony ecosystem of honeybees. But for the further studying, I believe I can have an experiment in putting it on the middle of the honeycomb, middle of the bee farm, so I can watch how it really functions. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think, TikTok, if you're talking about the sustainable design, it's important that we keep the natural ecology system, so we don't disturb anything that was happening before. So I think you really kept it up very nicely. Anybody who has any question, do you want to ask? 혹시 질문 있으시거나 궁금하신 점 아니면 코멘트, 꼭 질문 아니더라도.
It doesn't have to be necessarily a question, but if you have like an interesting comment.
Comments? Okay, 전인지 씨.
되게 인상.
Yes, Eunji. Yes, it was very interesting, and I know that honeybee is becoming a very big issue, and urban beehives and urban gardening. I think that issue can also be resolved with this kind of project. I do have a question. If you look into the beehives that are just naturally made, it's quite vertically long, and as if it has like an array vertically. I think that's how the honeybees actually make their hives. But now it is actually hollow, and the overall shape is like a shape of a rock. So are you saying that this should be like a temporary shelter for a bee, or do you believe that this can actually become a hive and a house for these honeybees? First of all, in terms of the exterior shape of this hive, this is not a final product. This is just kind of like a frame, and it also encouraged honeybees to like build upon this beehive. So I'm just giving them a piece they can start with, and I'm really giving the designing to the honeybees, and that's what I actually envision. But I'm not sure if that's how the honeybees will be using this, or the shape might change. So I do believe that there needs to be another observation period to see how the bees interact with this hive. So are you still documenting and observing the bees' activities and how they are developing and using this hotel? Unfortunately, in the honeybee farms, I really can't impact them. So I try not to intervene too much with the actual farming practices or with how the bees live. So it was quite impossible for me to really stay at the same place and observe for weeks. So I believe that I need to select a different location, and maybe I can observe even further. Yes, because I think it can be like a long-term project, because again, the design is not just a one-off thing. It's not just you make it and it's done, but so many things can happen organically afterwards, and you will be surprised of what kind of byproducts can be generated by just observing your work. So thank you for that presentation.
Or any comments? Or do you want to? Okay, Anton from Korea.
네, 제 질문은 실제로 양봉업자분들에게 혹시 뭐 이런 의견이 좀 있을
flying away. Did you get any input from them?
First of all, farmers will not really got curious about my project because they believed my philosophy and methodology was too speculative, maybe little has a distance from the reality. So that was the most difficulty I've met. However, at the same time, I've got a lot of help from them, like gleaning the collecting the beeswax from them, getting help from the refining process. So yes, I'm really thankful for the bee farmers who helped me.
Alright, so 그러면 다음으로 지나갈까요? 유화성 대표님 뭐 질문 있으신 건 아니?
Hwasong, if you don't have any questions, or I think you're thinking, but if not, I think we can move on to the next designer. I'm sure you can see how each design work is so interesting and very unique. But we'll move on to our third designer, third winner. I think it was the first service design that has been selected. So many things are related to industrial design and then environmental design, but I think this was the first that we actually was a service design. So we do remember it by the name Pyongyang Cheongtaek, or PYCT. So I would like to turn to designer Chung Han-eul.
것 같았었고.
The impression that the juries got was that he was a very ambitious designer and actually wanted to use design to improve the community. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you. To introduce myself, my name is Chung Han-eul. I'm a designer. And I am actually a brand designer. And so what I do is to choose the right value and the story for the brand. And I think given the change in society that goes on constantly, it's important for a brand designer to always be more ambitious and to try something new. And so that's actually the starting point of my design work. I though want to keep a consistent voice, but have also a very positive attitude and to communicate that through my brand. So a brand that I try to create is something that's new, but also that is inspiring. Actually, I didn't major in design in school. I designed in business management, but then I went back to school later on to study design. And so I worked on communication design, brand development, interaction design, and experience design. That is what I studied in my design school. And so going through this track of study, what I realized is that there are social issues that designers need to solve. For example, designing on and off media, to use visual signs to communicate. I think my study in design helped me get that idea. These are some of the key projects that I worked on during design school. Once I entered design school, I actually operated a design studio with a fellow student. So while going to design school, I was on the side operating my design studio. And I think that gave me actually hands-on experience on trying to solve social issues through design. Fortunately, during that 3-year period, I was able to work on various design projects through the design studio. So these are some of the key track record that I have. This is, for example, Cheonbi Hyang. It's actually used as the dinner liquor at the Blue House, the president's dinner. So it is a rice-based liquor, and so we focused on rice and to create the right brand and the graphic motif to deliver the value of this. So we had the brand identity and the packaging design. This is Acom Palette, which is a unisex fashion brand. This is something that I did with my fellow students. So we actually try to capture that instant moment and to express that with graphics and color, and then to apply that into design graphics. So we use the apparel to do that. This is a poster work. This is for the font Futura. It's a font that you probably are familiar with. And so it's a poster that was created using the Futura font. There was actually a poster exhibit that started in Luzern, Switzerland, and many Swiss and also Korean designers submit posters to this exhibit. It's a great forum for the designers of the two countries to exchange their ideas about poster design. And then this is Alpha, which is a stationery brand company in Korea that all of the Korean art people are familiar with. So we designed their logo. And this is a Ministry of Labor-related organization. So we created the logo and the design for them. And so that was a very long and lengthy self-introduction, and to go to the submission that I made for this award program, which is the PYTC. This is a community where there's actually a mix of both agricultural and city elements. This is actually where I grew up. And I just wanted to emphasize the important role of agriculture in our lives. I do still have friends back home who have succeeded the farm and operate the farm as a livelihood. So I hear from them, my friends back home, of how difficult it is to operate a farm and work in agriculture as a profession. And so I wanted to contribute to my hometown, Pyeongtaek, which is the community. And so I have designed this brand and service around that agricultural community. So the background to the service brand is what I just described. Also, we reference the SDG. These are the 16 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So we also try to create a brand service that is in line with this bigger global picture and aspiration. And this is the service goal of the PYTC. PYCT. So for consumers, Pyeongtaek, the area, supplies fresh and healthy agricultural goods. Of course, the next generation farmers need to find a market for their produce. And then once that market and channel is established, they need to use that to keep their farm sustainable. So that was the other key element. So we wanted to create a service structure that is beneficial and profitable for both the consumers and the producers, which will be then used to strengthen the sustainability of agriculture in my hometown, Pyeongtaek, as a business. These are some of the symbols that we designed. So it's, as you can see, very nature-inspired. There are modules. And so first is that the abundant amount of sun, the fields, water. So we created symbols for all of these elements. In the signature, it was used together with a logo type of PYCT. These are the main screens for the service. Because for us, for the PYCT, it's very important to highlight the value of these next generation young farmers. So we actually wanted to highlight the producers by actually featuring the photographs of the farmers in the main screen, and also to describe that with a story behind these individuals of what they do and why they are farming. Also, we want to highlight the environment of Pyeongtaek, so that I think from the consumer's perspective, by looking at the farmer and the environment, they will actually be able to place a greater amount of trust when they purchase the agricultural goods produced in this area. These are some of the design application ideas. We could use it for advertising. Once again, the key point here was to highlight the farmers and the story behind that community. And so we could use this for advertisement, not only for the people who live in the Pyeongtaek area, but also for the consumers. So as a ad campaign, we thought of these ideas that would emphasize the producers and the produce and the environment of where it is produced. We could run the ads, for example, on public transportation. So that the PYCT service gains a greater awareness among consumers. This is a partner certificate that we issue to the farmers who sign up to the PYCT Agricultural Corporation. We also have this letter that we've designed. This will be a letter that goes out to the consumers who've purchased the produce. It's a very genuine, authentic message of thanks. And it's very meaningful because the certificate, first of all, is given to the farmers who sign up. So it gives them a sense of affiliation and belonging to a larger organization. And this letter, we wanted to emphasize how to deliver the authenticity to the consumers who buy the produce. Also, because our member farmers are very eco-friendly and environment conscious, we wanted to make the packaging of the goods also green and environmentally friendly. So that was the other dimension that we worked on. And so as a designer, as a brand designer, I think myself, the task for us is to establish the right relationship between the brand and the users, the consumers. So that's the approach that I take whenever I come onto a project, and I will continue to do that. Well, thank you very much. It was very refreshing to see a service design case, and Mr. You've been listening, Hwa-sung, to this. Also, during the review process, the jury process, we were very interested on this because we could feel the authenticity that the designer worked on. Do you have any comments, Mr. Yu? Hwa-sung, do you have any comments? Actually, even before the jury process, I had prejudice because myself, I'm a product designer. So when it comes to a brand designer, I think I started with a sort of a prejudice about how a brand designer could address sustainability. But that was before I actually looked at this project. I think the PYCT project actually opened my eyes onto the new possibilities of brand design and sustainability. As a product designer, we design products and physically make products. And so we have been mainly focusing on the sustainability of that aspect, of the manufacturing aspect. But we do also have to be mindful that eventually our products go to the consumer through a certain process. And that also needs to be addressed from a sustainability perspective. And I think this PYCT project was able to show us how to do that. It was a great example of how to establish that relationship between the brand and the consumer from a sustainable perspective. And I am sure Mr. Chung will come up with even better projects in the future, and I would love to see your PYCT project to come to an actual implementation. Because from a sustainability perspective, I think what your project addresses is quite a critical link. And I truly appreciate that Mr. Chung addressed that. Oh, thank you very much.
Sweden and Tone in Korea. Any comments or questions you want to raise?
I was thinking it's very interesting about the consumer journey, and at what point do you highlight sustainability? I think that's a question that I'm always wondering, at what point do you actually talk about sustainability in the consumer journey? So I think that was very interesting that already in the beginning of choosing between these vegetables or these vegetables, you can make that choice. Oh, I'm going for the sustainable choice. I think that was very interesting because that's something I grapple with a lot. When to actually talk about sustainability.
우리가 지속 가능한이라는 거 굉장히 많이들 알고 있는데 과연 그 컨슈머들
Yes, from the consumer's perspective, who make that choice, when is the right time or the best time to bring up sustainability? When will be most effective or persuasive, do you think? About the timing. From the consumer's perspective, it has to be at a timing where they can notice that as a differentiation. So it would be at the media level. So when the users or consumers come into the platform and purchase a vegetable, then we could use the design elements. For example, of course, there are some preconditions to that, because we need to have the information of how that vegetable was grown, for example. We need that information. And then when consumers buy that, we can use the design to deliver that it's not just another fruit or vegetable they're buying, but that it is actually they're buying not just a fruit or a vegetable, but they're actually buying sustainability, or at least by buying that vegetable, they are helping the farmers to be more sustainable.
Involves the campaign as well. It takes, I know everybody thinks the sustainable design is important, but it will take some time for us to actually sink into our system. 네, 굉장히 중요한 부분이고요. 그리고 아마도
Yes, that's a very important point, and I think also from the farmer's perspective, it's an important angle. Because brand and service design involves quite a lot of dimensions. And I think actually the fact that you started out as a business major and went back to design school is your strength in doing service design. We will then move on. I think we're also already behind schedule, but we will move on.
우리 안톤.
So I would like to turn to Anton Hagqvist to learn more about the IKEA's design philosophy. And I believe that comparing with these three winners, I think you have like more experience. I'm not trying to say that you're aged a bit more, but I want to say that you're matured in the field of sustainability and design. So I would like to turn to Anton. And I know that this is one of your favorite brands, I believe. I think everybody will think of this brand when you think of Sweden. So IKEA interior designer. So I will turn to Anton to talk more about the sustainability and what your work involves.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will try to speed things up a little bit, maybe, so we can have more of a discussion later, maybe. IKEA, when we talk about sustainability, it's actually part of our people and planet positive strategy, and that was something that was introduced in 2012. And as always with IKEA, it's our vision of creating a better everyday life for the many people that is influencing us and driving us forward when it comes to how we work with sustainability. And as always, when we design products at IKEA, we use these democratic design principles because we want to design products that we are proud of, that we think deserve the IKEA brand name. And all of those products should be beautiful products with a good function, should have a good quality, and they should be sustainable, and they should be available at a low price. So as a designer at IKEA, you have to achieve all of these 5 elements for a product to actually be sold at IKEA. So sustainability has always been part in the basis of when we design products at IKEA. So if we look at the people and planet positive strategy, we have divided, I mean, it's a huge, huge topic. So we have divided it up into 3 elements. And the first thing is about healthy and sustainable living. And that's about inspiring people to make sustainable choices in the everyday. And then it's about being circular and climate positive. And that's about, you know, everything that happens when from designing a product to transporting a product to manufacturing a product. How can we do that in a way that is more circular and actually more climate positive than before? And then at the end, it's about fair and equal, and that's about workers' rights, it's about diversity, it's about equality, all these things that are also really important in order to be able to be people and planet positive. So if we look at designing products at IKEA, we look at sustainability in a larger sense. So for example, it could be finding new and innovative ways to use material. So this lamp series called Knoxhult is made of bamboo, and actually the designers went to the factory and they realized that a lot of the bamboo is not used, it's thrown away. And it's thrown away because it has some difference in color, it's not the same color in all the bamboo. So they created this lamp series where actually this discoloration is actually a benefit because you get your own lamp. It's actually an individual product with its own characteristics. And this is a way that designers at IKEA find new and innovative ways to actually use material. And we are using a lot of new materials we've never used before, banana fiber, water hyacinth, all these natural and renewable materials. And most of these are actually then designed on the factory floor in, for example, Indonesia or Vietnam, together with these skilled craftsmen. So actually it's a good opportunity to exchange ideas because these people who work with this material all the time, they know what the material is capable of doing. So if you're a designer from Sweden, maybe you're sitting in the forest in Sweden and you think, oh, I should make a poof like this. But then when you go to Vietnam to this factory and these people actually know this material, then you can create a better product. So a lot of times we are working with these materials that we are new to when it comes to home furnishing. We like to use recycled material. So something like glass, metal, plastic, wood, of course, all these recyclable material that we can use. Here we have a kitchen door front, and actually the cover of the door is made from 25 PET bottles, recycled PET bottles. So that actually means that this PET bottle then has a lifespan. I mean, how long do you have a kitchen? 20 years maybe? So then actually the PET bottle gets a second life. And of course, it's about transporting. And the IKEA flat pack, of course, is that's what we are known for, because we don't like to ship air all around the world. So the flat pack is one thing that we've done for 75 years. But now we are working more and more, how can we, because of course, transporting is a big issue when it comes to sustainability. So how can we design products with less parts? So we don't have to ship the screws from China and ship the foam from Bulgaria and the textile from Malaysia or something. But how can we actually make products with fewer parts so that that's actually better for the planet and in the end also better for your wallet? And then the second part is about how can we inspire people to live a healthy life in the everyday, doing things that you do anyway every day. How can we inspire you to make it more sustainable? And for example, we know that air pollution is a huge problem all over the world. And here we have Gunrid curtain, and I'm not a scientist, but somehow the material is, the curtain is covered with a mineral, and the air pollutants are actually trapped in this material, and when the sunlight hits it, all these air pollutants are destroyed. So, but it's still a curtain. It's still a beautiful curtain that you hang up in your home, but somehow you still clean the air without even thinking about it. So I think it's those kind of things that are good when we talk about sustainability. It shouldn't be this extra heavy, hard work to live sustainably, but it's something that just happens. We have a new air purifier, and I think this one is actually a good example of using the whole democratic design principle, all of those. Of course, it cleans the air, 99.5% of PM 2.5 is gone, but it's also beautiful, it's small, it's easy, you can move it around to whichever room you need it, so it's functional. You could hang it on the wall if that's where you need it, and it's at a very low price, so that a lot of people can actually afford and can enjoy better indoor air. So I think this is a perfect example of using all the principles of democratic design. And it's about simple things, something we do every day. How can we help our people, our customers, to save water when they are doing the dishes? Just by designing this little insert so that you can save water by doing something that you would do anyway. And it's about designing products which makes it inspiring to not waste. So instead of having a PET bottle on the side of your bed, what if you had this water carafe? Much more beautiful. And what if we have rechargeable batteries? At IKEA now we only sell rechargeable batteries. We only sell LED lamps. So all of these things that makes it easier for people to make a sustainable choice. And how can we help people save energy? By doing something they do anyway. Maybe while you're cooking your pasta, you could also use the steam to then steam your vegetables. So as a designer at IKEA, to think about, what are these simple things that can actually make a big difference, not only for the environment, but then also for your wallet, because you're only using one burner, but you're cooking a whole meal. And we know that there's a big issue with food waste all over the world, and it's about actually cooking the right amount of food, but it's also being able to store the food in the right way, and also being able to see what kind of food you have in the refrigerator. I have stuff way back in the refrigerator that I keep throwing away because I can't find it. But if I had something like this, maybe I could actually find it, and it would be easy to take out of the refrigerator, easy to take from the freezer to the microwave, to take to work, these kind of things. So how to minimize food waste. And when we talk about food, Yeah, a lot of people like the Swedish meatballs at IKEA. It's what we are maybe most famous for after the flat packs. But what if we made a meatball out of pea protein, out of plants, that actually uses 4% of the carbon footprint that the regular meatball does, but still tastes like a meatball? It has this, all the things that you love in the meatball, but it's actually something that's good for the planet. So it's those easy choices, how to make them happen. And of course, we are in the business, it's a bit ironic, we are in the business of selling home furnishing products. We want people to renew their homes. And how can we do that and still make it sustainable? And that's why we have launched this buyback service, for example, in IKEA, where if you want to renew something in your home, but you have some furniture that you don't want anymore, instead of throwing it out, you can go back to IKEA and you can sell it. And then IKEA can sell it on to somebody who's looking just for that bookcase or that armchair. So that's a way to actually prolong the life of products. And of course, it's about inspiring. Maybe you've been to the IKEA lab in Seongsu. And this is the only lab in the world. So we are very proud that IKEA Korea is, the only country that has created this space where people can come and they can learn about this people and planet strategy. And they can also see the products and they can learn about all the different materials. And then you can also shop here. Of course, if you want to buy, if you're inspired to buy some of these products, you can buy them. So it goes the whole way. And we have a big ambition. By 2030, our ambition is to inspire and enable more than 1 billion people to live a better everyday life within the boundaries of the planet. And I think that using these democratic design principles is really the key, because there's no point in making sustainable products if they are not beautiful, if they are not functional, and if they are not available at a low price. There's no point in making these sustainable products. So I think that sustainability is and will be a very big part of the design also in the future. So that was the recruitment talk. Thank you very much.
네, 아마 앉아 계시는 분들도
Yes, I think all of you who are listening to this, but I'm very envious of what IKEA was able to do and achieve. And of course, it's not something that they built overnight, but it's been something they put a lot of thought into for the past 75 years. How can we be healthier? How can we be more sustainable? How can we provide more convenience to the people? I think we can see how IKEA really bases everything on the IKEA philosophy and their business idea. I think many of you would be inspired by this. And when I went to the students with the IKEA lab,
mindset. So like daily life, we're building our design products and stuff like that, but they're changing and thinking about how we're going to live in 30, 40, 60 years. 그래서 앞으로도 이런 아이디어들이 굉장히 많이 서로 돼야 돼.
So I think these kinds of idea needs to be shared more often. And Anton mentioned a lot about using different materials. And Kim Dayeon and Sejuan, the two designers, also kind of focused on materials in your design work. So I want to know if you maybe have any questions related to what just Anton presented or any comments. So first of all, what kind of like sunk in with me the most is that sustainability shouldn't be something like ugly. It's something, people think that you have to compromise to be sustainable. You have to choose something that is not as pretty. But I think you're telling us that, you can still buy something that is beautiful and sustainable. So I really appreciated that comment. And I think sustainability is more of an attitude and a lifestyle. So I would like to, research more on the materials and what kind of other alternatives that I can find to make something that is beautiful and sustainable. So thank you for that. So yes, I'm a textile designer, so I look into different materials, but I kind of liked how you can cook pasta and then steam vegetables, those like really smart and bright ideas. I think that in like a bigger sense, that's also sustainability. It doesn't have to be something grand. It doesn't have to be something like very daunting for you to do, but every little thing counts when it comes to sustainability. But I think for me, I was only thinking about the materials. I've been always thinking about like these big changes, so that was really inspiring. Yes, I do have like many questions and there are so many comments, but we want to give equal chance for everyone to present. So we will go on, and later on, if we do have time.
Another Anton. We have Anton crew from Sweden right now. 오늘 유난히 스웨덴에서 안톤 씨 이름이 많이 불리는 것 같아요. 그런데 지금 스웨덴에서 기다리고 계시는
Well, there's Anton Creo via Zoom from Sweden. Unfortunately, he's not able to personally attend today. And as Mr. Yoon mentioned, the first ceremony was actually in Sweden. So all of the winners were flown to Sweden, and we had a huge ceremony there. This year, due to COVID-19, we're not able to do this in person. And we have Anton joining in online. But actually, this expands our horizons, the way we think. It's a new way of coming together and communicating. We have Anton from Sweden. He actually is the winner of the Ungvensk Forum, which is sort of the beginning point of the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. And Anton will share with us his work and the activities he is engaged in Sweden.
talk about your the design process. So welcome, Anton.
Thank you very much. I will start to congrats the winner of the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award. It's very interesting, and it's an honor to be here and listen to your work and projects. Yes, so I'll start.
안톤 씨 것도 자료가 나오죠?
Yes. So, as I said before, I'm a Swedish designer, and I work and live in Stockholm. And let's see. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm trained as a furniture designer, but I do not want to focus solely on furniture, but all kinds of objects that we humans meet daily in our lives. In my creation, I want to influence everyday life. I have a need to want to bring more emotions into other people's lives, as well as fact that music or movie or food can affect us emotionally. I want my objects to achieve the same effect. How can, for example, a piece of furniture make you happy, calm, or feel safe? So, and adding to my working process is also to ask myself, what more can I achieve with this particular project? For me, it has always been important to think about the issues, for example, about the environment, and that I believe today is something that everyone must
Did we lost? 예, 그 라이브 방송을 할 때 항상 이런 일이 있다고 하는데 예,
I've heard that these things happen in live connections. I think we've lost Anton, but can you?
Do you see me? Do you see me, guys?
we can see you. We can see you. Yeah, we now you have a presentation, so you can maybe start again.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay, great. It seems that my internet connection is not as good as yours. Okay, so yeah, I think there's a good questions that we all need to ask ourselves. And I think that environment is something that we all have to relate to. Important questions need to be asked. And it starts, for me, at the drawing table. So it's designers, I think it's designers' responsibility to dare to ask themselves and the clients to achieve some more kind of holistic approach today.
오케이. 뒤에 페이지가 더 있나요? PPT가? The presentation. Okay. You can resume. I think it's the internet
Okay.
connection. Yeah.
Let me talk about, I start a little bit quickly. So about Ung Svensk Form. So Ung Svensk Form is an annual award and exhibition conducted by Svensk Form. Ung Svensk Form is an arena for young design, Swedish design, where they draw the attention to need to create a creative space within the design work. About believing your idea and implementing it, to dare to play and try to investigate freely without the need for adaptation to the market. Ung Svensk Form aims to increase and broaden our knowledge about young and innate Swedish design and reach new target groups. Ung Svensk Form will play an important role as a forum where meetings between designer, audience and producers arise, where contacts are established and conversations begins. Yes. So, as you told us before, at the beginning of 2021, I was selected for Young Swedish Forum and won a scholarship for Lammhult Furniture for my contribution, Chair Marie. Chair Marie is a chair with legs consisting of ash wood and consisting of recycled plastic. And the plastic that has been used in this seat is partly plastic waste that has been picked up from the sea of the west coast of Sweden. This project or outcome is based on my thesis called Elements of Wasteland that I did last year in my studies. To return asking myself how I can be the solution to a problem and not a contributing factor. If I'm going to create something anyway, then I create something that subtracts instead of adds to a problem. I felt that the environmental issues were very close to me and became a natural choice to focus on my work. And about the design in this share, for example, in this project, I wanted to create a thoughtful design and shape that fulfills function and at the same time gives a feeling. For me, it was about the feeling of plastic and how we interact, how we see materialistic. As you can see, the seat has a side panel that runs along the seat and back, on the back. For me, this detail is partly what creates the shape of the design, but also gives a function of stability and strength. Since the band goes in different direction, the chair also tells you it's probably made of plastic. The material has been used. Although it may not look like plastic in the first place, the shape indicates it. Thank you very much.
Okay. 유화성 대표님, 거기서 그
Hwa-sung, I'm sure you've actually had a chance to see his work, and you are working both in Sweden and in Korea, and I think you're witnessing both young designers from both countries. So from your perspective, the Young Design Awards in Sweden and the Young Design Award in Korea, if you look at all the entries, what are the similarities and what are the differences that you see among the entries? So it's been a long time ago, but I was also selected from the Jung Svensk Forum, and I think that was like a very big step for me, and it actually made why I've started my own design studio. And I think it really values the fresh and those ideas and the philosophy of the young designers. I think that's what it really values in selecting its designers. I think the biggest difference between the two design awards is that for Korea, the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award, I think it always had some kind of a theme, but I think for Jung Svensk Forum, I think it didn't really have a theme of each year. So I think people or designers were a little bit liberal in what they can actually submit, and they can come from all different angles. They can submit whatever they felt passion about. So I think that is like the biggest difference. I don't think it's to say that one is right and the other is wrong, but I think that's why in the Jung Svensk Forum we get to see more diversity in the works that are submitted. In the Korean-Swedish Young Design Award, I think it's more of a solution to a problem based on the theme that has been presented. So thank you, Hwa-sung, for that comment. As I said before, the Young Design Award, this is kind of like an award that is kind of bridging the two nations, and I think it's very important to facilitate even more exchange between two countries. The Jung Svensk Forum is actually what kind of inspired the Korea+Swedish Young Design Award. So I believe that it opens up more opportunities for the designers to talk to each other, maybe have like a joint exhibition. So I kind of hope that one day that will happen. So I would like to go to designer Jeon Eun-ji. So do you have any comments? Because I think it also relates to your work as well. I think related to material, my work also involves a lot of material as well. And what I really liked about it is that you kind of added a totally different two materials, put it together, and then make like a great object. I think that is great because I think it's very difficult to like infuse a very two distinct materials and somehow make it work in a very harmonious way.
Asking you some more questions, but let's listen to the last talk today. 우리 전은지 디자이너한테 마지막.
So the last presenter is Jeon Eun-ji, and I'm going to turn to her. And designer Jeon Eun-ji was here a year ago, and she was the winner of the award. And I think we did have the award ceremony at the Swedish ambassador's actual residence. So the 2020 winner, Jeon Eun-ji, I think the theme was very similar. So if you would like to just remind us of like what you wanted to achieve and also talk a little bit more about your design work. Thank you for that kind introduction.
and I'm a bit nervous after hearing this all great presentations ahead of me. But after the Korea+Sweden Young Design Awards of 2020, and after I graduated from University of Lucerne in Switzerland, with my best friend and also a fantastic designer, we started a design studio together. It's called Weekend Lab. It's about material and objects and all the narratives behind it. So our slogan is material for tomorrow. So it's not just about the object itself, but it's more about the material that we can be more sustainable and live more healthier life today and tomorrow. So yes, Weekend Lab is a design studio that practices sustainable design, but not just like long-lasting or well-built, but also the thought behind it. And we focus on plant and animal-based waste because it's easily ignored rather than construction waste or like conventional waste. So we think they're useful enough, and it has a high potential to become something very beautiful and useful. So for our approach, it's a little bit different to the ordinary or not ordinary, but like regular design process, because normally a lot of design process starts with the form or the function itself and move on to the material because that's the way it is. But we changed that. We try to focus on the material first. We deeply research the material and then give the shape to the material that it fits. So we have two perspectives on material when we gather a material from a factories or industrial scale. First one is the perspective of natural science. So for example, like how it's structured or how it's extracted from a nature or from materials or the circumstances and the characteristics such as physical and chemical properties and how it's formed. And also the most important part of the material research, we think, is about thinking about the philosophy and liberal artistic perspective. So how it has been used in a cultural or social way, or how people used it, or how animal or plant or environment used it, or like a history, has it been developed so far, or has it been using right now, or it has been forgotten. Those kind of two things we think about and research and combine them to create a material narratives. This is our long-term project, currently called Ricotta, but it was previously called From Peels to Kazane. It was my graduation project. When I was in Switzerland, I saw that there's like a lot of industry, dairy industry, and it produced a lot of waste. But as a like outsider perspective, that was really interesting because it was a bit, it was a thing that people should consider more to me. So I created an object and the material itself 100% biodegradable and 100% eco-friendly from the dairy waste. So the basic process is like extracting casein protein from the dairy waste and turn it into a long-chain polymer so we can mimic the conventional plastics. So we're still developing it more, and we hope to create some objects or furniture in a 3D form in a near future. And the second project that we were currently doing is called tempera. We got inspired from a tempera technique in medieval art, which is still using by the artists right now, because we collected a duck egg yolk from a healthcare industry. They produce duck egg yolk lecithin health supplement. It's like a pill, but they discard all the leftovers just because it's not useful to them, and it's a lot. So we wanted to give a chance to the material itself and create something quite unique and beautiful and has a story behind it. So these are called tempera, and it has very unique texture. And last but not least, is called Oix. It's a project that we most recently been done by us. Our studio located right next to the ice cream factory and ice cream shop, and unlike the other ice cream shops, they use eggs instead of milk. So they discard a lot, like 200 or 300 eggshells per week. And we thought, oh, that's a valuable material that can be very useful. So we wanted to bring it to the daily lives and create something that people actually can use instead of just throwing away. So we give the shape inspired from the egg, and it transforms into a vase. So, and it looks like this. So, but at the moment, we are focusing on materials and objects, but we want to go a little bit further. We want to tell our stories and tell the stories behind the materials and objects, and let people to have some question and see things that they haven't seen before, and like make some questions about their surroundings or circumstances or their living style, like lifestyles. So it can lead to people to motivate themselves and be inspired and to take specific actions. And I think that is really important role as a designer, and which is very meaningful. Thank you.
Wonderful. 너무 감동적입니다. 사실은
That was very inspiring and moving because I met designer Jeonunji a year ago, and she was chosen as the winner. And then a year after, I'm like so happy and moved to see like how much you have grown since then. And I think it's a privilege for us to be able to discover these up-and-coming designers and see them grow and expand. I think one thing that I do appreciate from Jeonunji designer is that you do actually give meaning to everything that many people just kind of pass by. So I think that is something really great, and I'm so moved. I have so many things to talk about, but I kind of want to ask the three winners of this year to, if you have any questions to designer Eunji. What is like the main active ingredient for the bioplastic? So we actually don't call it bioplastic. We call it biodegradable plastic, or like calcium plastic. So we try to actually really look into its characteristics, and the reason why we use that kind of name or wording is that because bioplastic name itself kind of imposes certain limitations, and it just goes much more beyond that. It is a various form, and it's not only in the form of polymers. So we hope to go beyond just upcycling. We want it to be biodegradable, and no matter where you kind of dispose it, we don't want that to disturb nature. So that's what we are focusing on. And the actual active ingredient is quite, it's a trade secret, so I can't really disclose it. I do have a question. I sometimes actually make a bioplastic, and should I call it like durability? Because you do a bit of like a stress testing for the plastic. So how do you test your materials? I think for the KSYDA project, we are doing an R&D right now, researching and developing. And for that project, we do like a push and pull kind of a test. So we do the same testing as if it were a plastic. So We do go to those kind of labs and research centers. They test plastic, and I think we go through the same rigorous testing. So I don't have a question, but I just wanted to express my appreciation. I mean, same goes for all the other designers, but I think I'm very moved because I can really feel your passion and then how much you actually love what you do and how you feel what you do is actually very meaningful. So it really inspired me. Yes, I hope that you can be like her next year and give that inspiration to the next winners. If it's like a product designer, I think like the materials and the CSM will be like the last step. But I think it's kind of, you're doing it kind of like, reversely, and you're focusing on the actual material and then work your way back to the form and design. So I think it's kind of like marrying the natural science with like art, and that's how you bring life to an object, and then that's how you develop an object. I think in terms of Korea, people are now starting to really pay attention to sustainability and change their mindset. But of course, there are still some people who don't really give that much thought into sustainability. So I do hope that your project can be extendable and expanded and rolled out to the mass public to enhance the awareness of sustainability. Hwasong or Anton in Sweden, any questions for Eunji? Because I think Hwasong, you are not the judge for this Korea+Sweden Young Design Award last year, so I think this might be the first time you're seeing her work.
아니면 안톤. Yes.
제가 예. Sorry. Do you have any comments? Yes, I think it's very interesting. Are we talking at the same time? I think it's very interesting to do biodegradable plastic, and I was wondering about a little bit like how do you measure up the qualities for like plastic that are existing today, for example, like durability, or do you have like other qualities for maybe for example, for plastic, the sun is the UV light is an enemy for the plastic today. Is it biodegradable plastic they use? Like, is there some function with it that is even better when it comes to durability?
For us, at the moment, we're creating an object which is quite common and it can be easily used in our daily lives, like interior decorative items. It's because in Korea, I personally feel like the knowledge or understanding behind the sustainability and material itself is a bit less compared to Europe or so. So we wanted to approach in a simpler way to the people and let them experience more in an easier and approachable way. And then, as you said, there's a lot of biodegradable plastics, but there are some issues about bioplastic manufacturing and producing, and after being discarded, is because it creates a lot of like gases, and it creates a lot of energy. It needs a lot of energy, and at the same time, it's a bit hard to be degraded after it's discarded if it doesn't provide perfect circumstances for itself. So I think we believe in that matter. Our object is just a little bit, just one step beyond that. I hope.
Wish you all the best. 저희가 한 2시간, 3시간. 유화성 대표님. 네, 마지막. 네.
Yes, Hwasong. So it's not anything big, but I just wanted to say that I think including Inji and all the designers like Anton and so on are really looking into like, you know, eco-friendly green materials that is like biodegradable and coming up with very experimental design. And I think you are challenging yourself and really kind of pushing yourself to move to the next level. So I think it in itself is very inspiring. So I think it's one way to say that, you know, how green are you? I think that's one way of seeing it. But I think the second is kind of identifying the characteristics of the material, trying to understand where it can be applied and how it can be expanded in the future. I hope that that can also be something that you research on, because I think in terms of inspiration, I think you inspire a lot of these industrial designers, and for you to discover materials and, you know, presenting different ways of how that can be used, I think that will give many people a lot of ideas. But I hope that you can also think about the practicality, like how can you make that something more common in our everyday lives and a practical object. Thank you so much. We wanted to spend any left minute to actually discuss and ask questions, but I think Hwa-sung gave us a great segue for that kind of a discussion. How can you make something that is practical and really expand further?
Or last comment, you know, after we had this 2-hour very nice talk about the sustainable design between Korea and Sweden. So if you can give us like a 1 or 2 minutes talk to wrap up this session. 이제 마지막 시간이라서요. 그 질문 제가 드리고.
Anton, Creo, would you like to make a couple of minutes of wrap-up comments?
Can give us like 1 minute talk to finish this beautiful presentation?
Yes, absolutely. My idea, and when I see also these young designers and as myself, and also big companies as IKEA or other brands, that I think we are moving into the future where the buyer also demands sustainability. And how are we as designer, are we gonna meet up to that demand, but also maybe as some of you in your work also doing the inspiration. Maybe the buyer also don't really, how should I say, are in ahead of time and seeing the importance. So how can also the designer inform the benefits, or how you can implement a good design with the whole holistic approach. I think it's very important, and when you see this kind of work and process and awards like this, you get really good confidence that we are moving on the right approach for a more sustainable future.
좋습니다.
Thank you.
네.
Yes, as you mentioned, this the Korea+Sweden Young Design Award is a great award program that emphasizes the need for sustainability. I do have a couple of minutes left, and I think, as the moderator, I would like to ask Eunji, who was last year's winner, give some comments, some advice for this year's winners of how to carry on going forward. Why don't rather hear then this year's winners, their plans going forward. maybe 1 minute each, and then give the floor to Eunji before the last comment from Anton here in Korea. I think as Hwa-Sung mentioned, making innovative material is not the end of the story because it has to be made into a product at an affordable price for that to actually be effective. So yes, I agree that we have to think about the remaining process and steps. And as Anton mentioned, when we come up as designers as new materials, we also need to have the support to make that into an actual piece. So I also appreciate the fact that there is this design award that emphasizes that and support us. And going forward, I will also try to focus more on figuring out how to make these designs be used in everyday life. As I mentioned, I think from me, sustainability starts from the attitude, from the approach. Because even if we are product designers, I think we come to talk about marketing and profitability, especially because we're product designers. I think when we think about sustainability as product designers, we need to go beyond that. And so this forum is quite welcome from my perspective, in the fact that it actually opens up a space where we can talk about sustainability and design beyond marketing and profitability. This, I think, is a lifelong journey and it's a piece of homework that I need to do as a designer throughout my career. And and it was a great pleasure to have this opportunity to explain my design approach.
Yes, and Chung Han-ul, your last comment, maybe some future plans, if you will. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to get a chance to talk about sustainability and how to discover and interpret a design issue. So it was a really valuable opportunity for me to learn from all of you designers. And I think it also gave me a lot of inspiration and ideas. And as I said before, I think this kind of inspiration or idea is something that will actually motivate me to work harder to become like a brand designer, and how to build that kind of a close relationship with the stakeholders. And I think I will try harder to find true value in my design. So thank you. Thank you. So Eunji, I'll turn to you. You are a year senior than these winners of 2021. You're a class 2020. So any word of advice or encouragement? I don't want to call myself like a senior designer because I'm still at the very starting stage and I'm still learning as I go. So it's not any word of wisdom, but just to give you some of my opinion, through this design award, what I truly felt is that sustainable design is becoming such a hot issue, and it is an ongoing project. Therefore, the community itself is very narrow, it's very limited, and there are not many spaces where you can actually freely discuss this. Therefore, I think that this is a really great platform where we can exchange ideas and really be inspired by each other.
From IKEA, if you as one of the supporter for this wonderful opportunity for young designer, I would like to have you say the last words for encouraging these young designers here and out there.
Yeah, I think it's been very inspiring to meet all these young designers who are they're all on a journey, but at a different point in the journey. And everyone working with sustainability, but coming at it from different angles. Because like we've talked about, there are so many angles when it comes to sustainability that you can take. And like Anton said, in the end, how can you design something that actually has a negative impact? So I think that's very interesting. And I think in the future, we won't talk about, are you a sustainable company? It's going to be, are you how sustainable are you? And how sustainable are you as a company or as a designer? That's sustainability is not going to be, it's not going to be a new issue. It's just going to be how sustainable are you actually? And then I think it's fantastic. I mean, we could talk, I wish we had an hour more to talk about plastic, because plastic, and when you get into it, what is the issue with plastic and recyclable, biodegradable? I mean, there's so many things just about plastic, this one tiny little bit of sustainability.
Wonderful. 오늘 사실은 저희가 앉아 있는 이
Yes, I mean, we're actually sitting on plastic, but this is also IKEA's plastic chair. So Anton actually chose this himself. So plastic is everywhere. So maybe next time, maybe we'll have a more detailed session to discuss more about just plastic or something that we feel that's very close to our everyday lives and is very important for the climate. We hoped to talk and cover as much as possible, but I believe that moderator was not very much needed today because even without me, I think it would have been a very enjoyable talk. And I myself pretty much enjoyed being here up on stage to learn about your design. And I hope that I was able to kind of get some of the answers that all of you were wondering. So thank you so much for staying with us, joining us till the very end, those joining us from far away Sweden, because I understand it might be very early there in Sweden. So thank you so much for taking part and being with us till the very end. Hwasong and Anton, I don't know what time is it, but thank you for joining us, and all the young designers, also for all of you who are joining us online. Thank you so much. And many people said that this Korea+Sweden Young Design Award was actually the first kind of stepping stone for you to grow further. So I hope for your continued interest in this award. And thank you so much. I hope you come to the YT Center and take a look at the excellent work of these designers. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.